Okay, we seem to be connected. So today is another long session, regular dev stream, and it usually goes 4 hours. Um, but more specific to the topic, besides Urban Farmer, is our custom data entry plugin that we've been writing. So labeled it as Graphite. Let's work on that. Some scenes are just reminding themselves the fact that it's not here. That's fine. So this is our work today. Maybe we'll do some visual stuff later. So these two are practically the same thing. This view is going to change under varieties. I have not worked out the saving mechanism. We have the connection binding and also connection disconnection. Well, disconnecting the relationship. Combine from right to left, left to right. That's okay. Clicking this is disconnected. That's all done. This area must have bunch of model nodes like this that should be connected to proper groups. This group here is basically the type of connector, so this can only cannot connect this area. That's done too. Cannot really connect it. It doesn't stay. Can manually hold it. Releasing it won't do it, and it won't even snap. This will snap. It's close, you can see. And that's all done. For simplicity's sake, we could also do this. When we type a name here, anything, hitting enter doesn't trigger this A action. Let's do that because I see myself creating a bunch of these models. The fact that you see here, you see group here is a bit confusing, but this models group is one of these groups. Let's go to our interface, or from interface we actually move all this work under Graphite. This is the models. This has a confirmation dialog. All good. So let's see if this line edit responds to your command. Something built in. Let's see. You could have the clear button enabled. Virtual keyboard enabled is platform supported, so I see. Text change, text entered. Yeah, emitted when the user presses key enter online. How we can do it. So under models, actually have a script here for Graphite models. Yeah. So this is essentially going to trigger what the OK button does. And that OK button is confirmation dialogues action. So we'll do emit signal, we'll do confirmed. Okay. Let's refresh. We're here. Models, type tomato or something, enter. There you go. This is not closed. That is because the closing action happens, see, when we add a new model. With confirmation dialog, confirmed. There's, I think here, signature problem. So normally when we hit the OK button, is triggering this confirmed action, triggers add new model with a bunch of arguments that is missing here. So, and we right away take away the confirms for the signal. Uh, which makes me think this thing that we normally do here with the duplicates. Okay. See that? Okay, the normal behavior, let's refresh again. The normal behavior was this. It's fine. It's disabled. It's removing the confirm dialog box. I think that's a built-in functionality. As soon as you confirm, it hides itself, because I don't remember writing a hide function. It's UQWE. When we do this, this doesn't look like it's confirming and hiding itself. It's done though. Just curious about this misconnection here. custom button, see add button. This could also get some add button. Hide on OK, which is set. But is the OK button triggered? That's the problem. Is confirmed. I think there is the problem. Get cancel is a button. So if we assume that this is get OK, it's a button. Okay. So we'll do it this way. This is confirming. So as a component model, confirmation dialog itself as a component, it will trigger a confirmed event, but it doesn't necessarily mean the OK button has been triggered. If you trigger the confirmed action of the component, the confirmation dialog through the click of OK button, this will also hide the confirmation dialog. Just because you are confirming the dialog box or dialog component through this means it doesn't necessarily trigger this, because this guy is not aware of that. So here's what we can do. When we say we get the OK button, right? This is actually that OK button. We'll trigger this one. It'll be a click pressed. Okay. When that button is triggering pressed, it will trigger this component's confirm event, and then it will also hide because this is automatically done. So let's do some name, enter, done. So sometimes I don't quite know why Godot decides to take us to, it focuses on one of these tabs. It happens sometimes. Like it doesn't happen all the time. I think, let's see. Funny thing is this, when we were writing this main panel here, there was a function, virtual function that is handling objects. In this case, we would like to, okay, let me give you a bit more background information. Godot automatically switches to the proper panel here, main panel, when an object type is kind of making sense here. Let's say if I'm hitting this area, which is a 2D node or a container node, it automatically switches to. If I do this, it switches here again, like to the script node. By the 3D view here, I think our game scene has something, right? If I click a spatial node, it takes us to 3D. So it knows the object type and it picks the proper. So that's what this code is supposed to do. Like there is something like this in the implementation of each of these panels. I was hoping that we would force this to either come up or that it's not changed to another mode. I don't think any code will write here will bypass it. So that will happen no matter what, I believe. But what we can do, perhaps, because I will confirm it, like, because did I make any here? I did not. Fresh. Okay. So we now have a 3D node selected. If we make some of these changes, will it take us to 3D? It will. So that's the problem. So whatever we have selected here um, is interfering with that. There's something happening here. Let's see. Do we have any kind of possibility here that this is triggered? Save. Exiting. So it doesn't consider this switch as exiting. That's what I'm after. Notification. This might be notified. And we can actually type what is the notification here. Um, okay. It's still going to give us, that's the function reference stuff. But we have all these notification types. So we just have to figure out what these are in the enum. Okay, let's switch and do the job. Nothing happens. Let's see if we can do this way. Same one. That's not really helpful. None of this is doing any doing. Okay. This make visible part is also doing some rendering too. So visibility is false, false, because, false. You switch to this view, it's true. Switch to this view, it's false. The fact that when we do some stuff here and there's a 3D node is selected and this will take us to 3D, it will say visibility false. Maybe we can also do some kind of like a plugin check here. This plugin here, there's a plugin which is the margin container, and that is actually the whole thing. I know that. You could actually get the name and then read it. And I bet it will say interface. So when we do this work, the plugin is still there. Problem though, we could actually force it to be like plugin visible and then true. But something is making this false. Something is providing value as false. And it's not this because it's not the enter tree at this point. This is interfering. In other words, this script's handles function is taking over. It's like when it's about to change, don't change it. Force the plugin visibility to true. This is what we are after. Problem though, if the change is happening, our code will never run anyway. So we're assuming there is some method here that is going to run first before the other handles are checked. So we could prevent the other guys taking over. Just don't know that function. Now, there are some other functions under here. I've seen. It's the edit, forward canvas GUI input. This is the 2D view and this is the 3D view. If you have declared the methods, these will be called too. Is it possible to deselect an object? Deselect a node. Suppose it's possible sometimes. Here, nothing is selected. I selected the component itself. I think when we do something, we could. There's an editor plugin, right? Or editor interface that tracks selected elements. Getting desperate here. We are still writing something here or here. Let's pretend we are writing it here. So it's about interface, which So get editor interface. This is about selection, right? Get selection. And we'll do, maybe we'll clear this selection. Returns to editor's editor selection is scene tree selection in the editor, this part. Clear. Do clear. So imagine we selected this. Okay. Clear the selection. This is getting the selected nodes. So we'll do something like this. But you cannot really call this at this level. And also get rid of this. Another thing is this editor interface code has to be written here, but it won't be available to this script yet. Before I go to extreme lengths, let me see. Bypass it here. Do we what notifications do we have here? So let me paste my stuff here just in case. Let's get what clear, fresh. So we get a bunch of 40s. Clear. Do this. 31. So we also got another 31. So I need a reference list of the notifications. Post initialize, pre-delete. I've been reading about these recently, right? Post initialize, pre-delete. There's a whole list of these are just object ones. As it's stating, let's look at this one. Node define a lot more notification. We need to see the okay, constants. 31 is can't see 31. Maybe belongs to another type of node. Let's look at here. Enter tree, exit, post, unpost, process. But this is this about the object or is it about the editor itself? It's as if we are looking for a notification that is involving the editor interface, not necessarily the node itself. Editor interface. Do you have notifications? Don't. The methods, properties, you don't have notification. Node is you have these constants, fine. Editor plugin. These are the possible places we can put them. That's the list. log slots this part. That's it. Editor resource preview. Oh. Let's look under editor. The plugin interface file system. That's editor property. Okay. The script editor. The editor inspector is okay. So it's managing this area. Editor property. Okay. This is opening new possibilities for me. If I ever want to do something advanced. Inspector plugin. Okay. I think I used this before. I added plugins here. And this is yeah, a certain object is going to be handled by a plugin here. Object reference. Let's look at the editor. Editor export plugin, no. Feature profile. I don't think so. Inspector plugin, we just looked. Resource conversion, I don't think so. Preview, no. Scene importer, most likely not. Editor script. This is yeah, when we do the run stuff. Yeah. And we got to the end of it. Okay. So then we have the object, which is listing editor system directory. So we come back here. What was that setting that either enables or disables this automatic panel switching when an appropriate object is selected? I kind of remember seeing that. Maybe I'll just disable it. Start, create dialog fully. Yes, that's when we create a new node. Text editor, I don't separate, okay. Network is not going to be important. This is separate anyway. This, so let's look that up because I kind of remember seeing it. So disable switching. Panel, main panel switch off. Maybe it's something built in that I cannot. But I think people will call that view. Like switch. Is it maybe mode? Disable switch to 2D mode. What is this about? The features. Wait a minute. Okay. But it's enabling classes like this is enabling or disabling the view there, okay, but not necessarily switching. Not about settings necessarily, but which classes are enabled. It's helpful, but not useful. Any way to stop showing 2D or 3D on the editor switches to 2D? Okay, I want to disable that switch or at least control it. This is an older version. So maybe still 3.0. Okay. The interface looks. I think this is something else though, related to this. Yeah, this is about this filtering stuff here. Don't change workspace on not select. Yeah, I want to disable this text switching. The hiding of script editor when selecting node. Sure. Can lose focus on net node selection in script editor plugin. Okay, let's try something like that because here's the problem. Bye bye. This one. Because I know handles is a virtual function. So when I type H, this is coming here, or this is coming. But when I do this is interesting. So this is not showing when I do control space. But if I type H, if I disable it, if I type control space, I still get a list of functions that start with H. So when I have no idea what my function can be, I can't get a full list. I think I accidentally got it because I was already in the list mode and I deleted H, so it kept showing me the list. But you cannot really see it from control space at the beginning. So do we actually have that can? Okay, they are suggesting a function call which doesn't exist here. Can was about focus. Script editor plugin. Ah, script editor plugin. Visual script editor. Singleton. Okay. This doesn't even exist in my case. Don't know why. So people are still discussing whether double clicking should switch to a different view or not. Down here. Wow. Control for switching between editors. Mine F2. Okay, this is actually done. Control switch. So if I do this, it's actually multiple select. It is something else, I think. Shift click. Stopped canvas spatial editor from becoming active when clicking a node in the scene tree if script editor is currently active. Alt click to switch. But our problem is actually different. When I'm doing stuff in my own editor, it switches to 3D view because it thinks this is selected. I kind of want to clear the selection so it doesn't switch. However, if I ever build a plugin that actually requires something switch that behavior to. Um, so it's a finicky problem. Yeah, click that and it'll switch to 2D mode. Yeah, this is it. Like when a node is already selected, you have to change your selection to something else because when there is something selected, doesn't do. I noticed this too. Okay, so where are we with our? This is where I was excited. Can lose focus on node selection. Is this even something? Let's look at the select keyword. Okay. Think so? I don't think so. None of this. Apply changes. This method is called when the editor is about to save the project. Switch to another tab. It asks the plugin to apply any pending state changes to ensure consistency. This is used, for example, in shade editors to let the plugin know that it must apply the shaded code. Okay. So how about when this is called for us internally and we make the visibility true by force. Okay, save this, refresh. So now this is selected and we are in this mode. The expected behavior is that when we do this, it doesn't switch to 3D view, and yet it does. Okay. Did you even actually call yourself? Did you even? Okay. I think I'm gonna come here and I'll remove that notification. It did something stupid here. What did you do? Why did you add this to... Wait a minute, wait. Should not be here. Get editor interface. Oh, that's not cool. Editor interface. Do you even have a type preference here? Get I see. It prematurely adds this as another child. I bet this is a VBox container. The problem. So it adds it as a child. Normally it adds this here because it thinks the viewport of this editor interface is here, but in this case it considered this as an bad. Yeah. Let's save, refresh. Now this is creeping here, so let's restart everything. Yeah, you won't have that. Okay. Just going to force select something here, just in case. Come here. Okay, still switches to that. This did you even part is not fired. So let's keep searching. We do A, do this so we can see the list. Build. Who knows if build is responsible? If the editor is about to run the project, the plugin can then perform. Must return a boolean if this. So we will return true. So they could run, but before we return true, we should. Okay, maybe this will bypass. So we'll do it like this. Uh, what is happening? Func build. Ah, of course. And because when I make a mistake, it considers. What the hell? Here's your view here. Output clear. This A, this. So did not happen. Request editor to edit the given object. Virtual method object. Doesn't even fire, I think. It. Want to see the whole list again? I'm going to try these forward ones. Edit. Done. Save. Try to output object 2. In case this runs. I don't think it will run. Done. Okay. Nothing happened. Keep reading. Called by the engine when the 2 editors report is updated. quick break and I'm back. So lunch options have been discussed. So most likely in 1 hour there will be lunch. See how much progress we'll make. So this is going to be called when 2D editor's report is updated. Use the overlay control for drawing. Forward canvas draw overview port. Let's just shamelessly take this. Getting desperate here. This is not called. I'll just keep this. And lost the tab order here. Okay. So let's see if this is gonna do anything at all. Here we are. We do this. We are in 2D, 3D mode, but let's go to 2D mode. This is actually, sorry, that was stupid. This is when you are in canvas draw over, so this should not be here. Okay. The fact that there's nothing selected here, that's actually a nice thing. So we keep staying here. But if we ever click this, come back here, and it takes us here. And cursor position, get local mouse position. But are we also 100% sure this? Fish here. This one. Mouse position was here. I don't think we didn't even print overlay. So the first three is the 2D mode. The last three is the spatial mode. GUI input, force draw, draw over viewport. I don't think that's it. Moving forward, just finish the 6F. Is the free happens when something like this resource is right. Get method list. Fine. Good. And this is where we try a few things. Property list change. Not exactly. Okay, I think our best bet here is something that I was saved it. I remember pasting a line of code here and did I delete the whole thing? Okay, I think I remember. In plugin, we need to get editor interface and inject it into models, graphite models. Maybe I just deleted that. So when something important happens here, we say do something like this. When notification happens, look under Asset Factory. I believe there's an interface here, this one. So we need something like that for graphite models. And we need also this one. We'll do something like var editor interface, get editor interface. That will be, and do something like open interface here. So scene. So I will eventually save this as it's scene, because this is graphite IT script, but this is graphite slash varieties as a file, becoming its own system. Add-ons, armor tool. This is actually scenes, graphite, the graphite system. Okay, done. This may have a script or not, I don't care. But as far as this script is concerned, under tab container, we will have graphite, and this is going to have tab. And in here, we will have models. Okay. This models will have byte models. This script will have description. Kind of thinking it will work. Same idea. Tool extends tabs. Same idea. Nothing is different here. It's just nested more. We'll try and then see if it works. I think it will work. I'm confident. This is going to illustration here. And we will not do any of this nonsense. But in here, something happens. This editor interface. Clear. Editor interface get selection. Clear. I think the fact that this was giving no help is because it was giving an error in that other script. That's why. Clear. Fish. This is giving an error because it has never been compiled. Run something like that for sure. Okay, here's a 2D selected or not selected. We come here. It doesn't even have to be this. It could just could even have this in view. Do this. There you go. Select something. Automatically, when we switch to this mode, because notification is running, only problem is sometimes there is no selection and it's trying to select something. That's the problem. You could be a little bit less overzealous. It will be underzealous. If there is selection, if I don't think there's something as clear selection, right? If there is selection. Still not liking. Non-existent function gets selection. Okay, and notification is actually calling that. The fact that this clear is actually going to run, yeah, this was not the problem. If editor interface is ready, then then it should not give any. I don't need to do it. Set. Have something selected, it doesn't matter which one. We come here, we do this. The fact that before I did that, this selection was cleared is good news. So we are no longer switching to this. Now, select this, done. Now, if we want to be a bit more particular, we'll create some sub cases here. This is basically clearing selection in all cases. In the likelihood that our plugin system requires a node selection, something has to be differentiated here. That is not the case. But we don't care about that. We'll put a note here for the next idiot. That idiot could be me. So that at least we know that we are doing a massive bypass. Forcing if needed. Okay, that's it. Because I predict I'm gonna write something like this, graphite varieties script, because this uh, gonna go in between these two. The funny thing is this: when we are here, come here, and we want to do something here, we don't have that sort of. Not like switches us to a 2D mode every. So that's why I find it bizarre that only in a situation like this, the hell happened to you? Invalid code, non-existent function get node in script by graph edit. The path has changed slightly. Still the same. What is going on here? Hbox container graph edit. So it thinks this doesn't exist. So here we are. So that worked. What is going on? So let's do this. Okay, it says up. We do this. We do another here. Seems to be working just fine. Um, and I switch to this mode. Shouldn't matter anyway. Button is not doing except outputting the connection, so we could save. Switch to different tabs and such. We try to do some here. Okay, that's the reason. Really, do this. 2D models interface. Here's something. This that exists. Smart up. I guess everything is working fine. I have no idea. Um, but I mean, it's part of developing a plugin. A lot of the stuff we are doing is uh, interacting with the core systems of the engine. So exactly building a game, but it's temporarily modifying what the engine or the game engine editor is doing. So expect some hiccups like because we haven't changed anything here. It's still the same thing. Okay, so we could work with the saving system. But either we are saving or not. Also need a way to load this connection list or connection sort of state. So we could keep adding. So if I ever decided I need another model that belongs to structure group, I should be able to do this. So I can save both. Okay. So what, at the very least, I load it, I should actually be presented with the state besides this, which also means I need to enable the deletion. So in here, we need to do show close. Okay, save here. None of this is going to show it, but this one close. Do this actually happens, we don't know, because we are not actually doing anything about this. So close request has to be. Here's an interesting question, architecture question. When we trigger the close request, should we notify the parent? Because this new model node is instanced and put in here under graph edit as another node. Okay, it becomes just another 1, 2, and then like 3, 4, 5, and then there again that the graph is keeping track of. So this graph editor is not necessarily, maybe it is checking delete it when a graph node is attempted to be removed from. Okay, so it is actually, maybe we could actually do it here too. Do we, yeah, we want to do the children are leaving the nest. Okay, but this is not exactly giving us much more than the request, right? Movement. Delete nodes. We'll kind of read about that. I don't think I'll find more, but because we want to disconnect the node and then delete the node. Removes all connections. We want to disconnect. But I still need to fire this disconnect call from It's gonna fire, I'm confident. Let's save this, refresh, done. Here, done. Do this. This is not going to happen, but it's also not going to happen. Right? So in the model itself, when you do close request, yeah. This has to be going somewhere, right? Scene doesn't contain any script. We could actually have an internal script here. Don't do this that. For something this simple, I think the script will be merged into the scene internal file. So grab code, fine. So we can code here on new model close request done. So we can do something like get parent because this is inside graph edit here to be a bit more thorough. Okay, your get parent is a graph edit, and graph edit is going to we are going to fire signal delete nodes request, kind of forcing that signal. But essentially what I'm trying to do is this. Let's say maybe without this, we are trying to do queue free. When this node is being deleted, this should automatically trigger the graph edits delete nodes request, because we are essentially deleting a node from here. See if this is gonna. Here we are. Let's do a quick print. And some of you will look. Did not happen. Am I even binding the right close request? Close button. We are doing it. Not updated. New model. Script. Should fire. Dragged. Do this. In. Connect the drag to this. Um, I'm slightly concerned about this intro. Func ready. You on fire. Don't. This is bizarre. I think I might be... Okay, once again, I forgot that this is supposed to be cool, so you can work in plugin context. Gotta be careful about that. Anything? Did I refresh it? I'm going to take all this, copy it. We'll cut the script. I will create a new script. I'm tired of this shit. For scripting, inheritance is there. We are not changing scripts. These scripts will also go under Graphite too. This is where we have the mess. Graphite models, new model. Let's call it, put it here for now. We'll organize. Here's the whole script. Automatically finding its connection. Cool. Fresh. And we'll come here and then try it again. This is working. So the internal scripting turns out didn't work for the plugin in the plugin context. So we are doing trip me up. I'm ready. Going to saying stop dragging me around, and when we do this, delete it. Obsolete and I was old, but the connection is still. So I'll see if the launch is around. I'll update you whether we are continuing. Closing for good. The problem here is connection has not been cut off. The node is gone. So here we can't see the node anyway, even if you did it visually here, because it's not working in the live case. But I think a proof of this might be when we get the connection list, which is this. Right? You can actually hit the save button to get. So you can see an empty list. Let's refresh again. So here's new model with the title AA. When you do this, you're going to see that from groups node, port 1, to the port 0 of the newly created new model title AA exists. So when you do this, it's gone. Now when you hit save, yeah, it still thinks the connections exist. That's the problem. So unless we have a way of clearing, well, this is not going to clear the connection because it thinks there's always but after a while it kind of does. That happened, I think, before too. When I switch between cleared this, it's as if there's some let's look at graph edit. There is a method to this madness. This is clearing everything at valid connection type, valid connect node. This is what we are doing to manually do stuff. Hi Phil, how are you? Your timing is kind of good, but also I'm going to have lunch, so I don't know when the lunch will arrive, but node is valid connection type from type to type. That's also the what can connect to what. So there's no clear node not found. Okay, I think I know what's happening. When we switch views here, when we come back to our Urban Farmer Tools graphite view, the interface is trying to render the connections that it knows from last time, and here it cannot find AA because it's been. The fact that this list is not coming empty here is the problem. This should have been emptied after we deleted this bad boy. This connection is still remembered. Do this, problematic, switch nodes, can no longer be found. You're working on your own game, that's cool. So what have you decided on? Still working out RTS game or a different game? On right now. So when we free the queue and delete this, problem is it doesn't quite tell which one is deleted from. That's why I was doing something with the parent. Flappy Bird. Fun but better. Yeah, that's a good project. Flappy Bird, yeah. What I always imagined with Flappy Bird was that maybe you would have a resting point, so it's like a refueling, because it flies between those pillars Sometimes you would have a maybe larger pillar, like a refueling station, that kind of. That would be my interpretation. That's a nice project. I think it's good. Easy enough to find assets for it. This kind of knows about graph editor. Could technically fire up something like disconnect this. In this case, we know which port this one is. There's only one. These are problems. This series. From is this has to know from which string and port it's coming from. This is just event. We also need to do something like is connected. Sorry, is connected is also the signal stuff. What was it? Has valid. I was just reading actually. Graph editor. Is node connected? That's it. So look here too. Maybe this is get connection. Clear all slots. Huh. Disables all input and output slots of the. Okay. Is this letting the graph edit know? Might be a very cheap and to be honest. Let's see. Let's see. We need graphite models. Close everything. We'll open them later. Other tabs. What if we do something like clear all slots? We don't actually free you. Do this. Really, this is fine. Let's fish here. This. So when I click this, actually before that, I want to see my connection. Delete you. Obsolete and I was old. So when I said clear slots, see the connection, but then the node, the bit there is gone. It's kind of disables all input and output. Didn't actually break the connection. And yeah, we cannot get this from the. Gotta edit the that. So we need to check something. It is not connected. So we already know your name, right? Because when you are created, let's also double check that you print your. You actually have a title. When you are ready, I want you to give me your time. We'll also do this for sure. You have one. Fish. Your name is A. Okay. Ready, and which means when you are ready, that, but your new title has not been assigned to you. We'll open this script. New models title is this. So this is okay. When we do this, ready is fired, but this property has changed, but that is not. This is when we do something like get property. Could do it like when a property is set. What is the property? You if property is it this way. First of all, assign the incoming value, then print that. It's going to return bool, and we just say return true. Setting is also it's going to say, well, what if the property is that? What is the thing? So in all cases, just return. How much FPS this build have at this moment? So that FPS is not first-person shooter, but frames per second. Frames per second. This build have no idea because we are not really at that point to be concerned about frame rate. This is an older build. You're not really checking the frame. But as soon as I have an answer, I'll let you know. Because we are working on a demo, even if it doesn't perform well, in next month or so is still okay. After that, maybe we'll do. Yeah. I mean, we don't freely throw resources around, but we are hoping it'll be okay. We have a lot of models, so who knows? We are keeping things simple here in the garden. We have to throw in here a bunch of more models and see if the performance is bad. But I'm not really concerned about that. If anything, I think there is going to be some AI stuff that might take longer. Weather condition and calculation. Stuff that people don't see, but it's sort of killing the CPU. So we'll see. Kind of curious though that another you told bugger frame time. This is just the frame time. I think there was a I think there was something about yeah, I think I'll look into that. But the fact that I saw 16 milliseconds is that it's running around 60 frames per second. That's what it is. You gotta divide 1 second to the value you see here. That gives you the. So far, so good. In your game, alone on PC. I see. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I think I saw your game's video. A bunch of cubes and colors, and there are shooting parts on the screen. Well, the lunch is here. So if you're still around, we could talk, but I'll have lunch now, and I'll put the stream on break, and be looking at a whitish screen. So see you after lunch. Okay. Over. Recap. I was testing the new property set thing, right? This whether this is firing or not. So really test that. Seems to be saved. Fetch the plugin. Takes us to script. Okay, fine. This is gonna be new model. So when the script is, I mean, the object is ready, it prints this, and then we change the title. When the title is changed, we want to fire this line here. Uh, there is node not found is I think it's lowercase. Yep. Feel like I lost my train of thought there. So we are able to build connections. We delete the node. It's here, and then we want to query the graph edit with this node's title, so we can see if there is connection, right? So we can try to do that here. Title is actually this guy's title, will be properly populated. Let's not bother with this anymore. What we need to do here is let's first disconnect the node. Okay, from part is what this node is connected to. That's the difficult part, because you know these two things can do title, which is this guy, and 0 is the slot that belongs to this node, graph node. What this graph node is attached to here, whether it's one of these 5, that's the unknown part. So this model kind of needs to know it's connected to something, and for that I could get a connection list, and I could parse it. I could do sort of like the for loop and say if the node is connected. So if any one of these connections is connected to a certain node, then it's the right connection that we are seeking. Um, because we cannot directly find it. So it sounds like punk connect. We'll just pretend we are doing it here, right? Connect node, which is essentially what this is, but it's a cleaner version. Let's do it here. Okay, so we'll do disconnect node. So we'll get the edit, graph edit. We'll do graph edit, get connections, get connection list. Okay, this is giving us an array for connection in connection list, and this is giving something like this. Be a problem, but it's giving dictionaries. So connection has from, you know that. So if the but in this case we are interested in two. The connections two part is this graph node's title. Then there is a connection. You can do it that way. Another way of doing it is for you do it like this: graph node in graph edit get children, right? Then you can do it like this. So we know that graph node is of type graph node. Okay. This. I really wish they bring in this support here. They don't have a proper lookup. This is not going to work. I don't think this ever worked. Doesn't work like your best bet is something like this, sort of awkward in a way. Okay, then you could actually get this is connected. Okay, when you do it's connected. Sorry, not that. Connect. Did I misinterpret that? Graph edit is not connected. Sorry. Graph edit is node connected. Then you still have to provide the string. That string will be the graph node's name, kind of made it this way here. These categories and groups, they have the same title and same name here. It would be safe to actually have to read it from the title, but if you read it from name, we will be fine. So in this case, this would be graph node. Again, it's either title or name. Title Okay, the port is this is where the problem is. We don't quite know the port. This is where you can actually do another lookup to see this particular GN has so many ports, and you check another port, like all those ports. This would be a nested for loop, so this is not a cheap solution, but it's essentially going to do what this is going to do. So what I'll try to do is let's get these two things, say, out of the way. We just pass, okay? I think I will run this anyway. It's also close request that's actually binding. Let's refresh. Okay, I just want to show you the list of A. Okay, so we might have a lot of these connections here, like we even have this. Okay, so essentially what we are trying to do is, from the perspective of these guys, their parent is this. So we are looking for title that says groups in objects that are in this array. We find that, and if we find a connection of groups connected to the particular one that we want to delete, and we know its title. So look here, groups A, if you want to delete this one, we are actually happy here. But groups is connected to everything right now. But in this case, categories is connected to groups, so this will be gone anyway. But here, I mean, as soon as we find one match, we are in all the connections. If the from part is equals to the title, so we don't really need to check. Or actually, this is what I did, right? If the to part is this, and then the from part is the um did I say the right thing? I mean, did I think about the right thing but say the wrong thing? Connection 2 is this guy's title. Is this. This is not a good case because something else might be coming to A. However, that's not going to be possible because we are only checking these guys connecting. But this might be possible. Problem. Now you have this and this being okay. However, if we delete this, we want to delete all the connections. We can either go about this way. Yeah, I think this is a safer method. If the connection to is title, then we want to remove that connection from the list. From graph edit, we will do disconnect node, and this is basically connection from connection slot from slot connection to and to slot. Okay, don't need to pass more. My only worry is When we do this, we are still running over the same list. But we are going with the in, so this might work. So when this is finished, we'll do the queue freeing. Should be good. So I'll do the same test here, meaning we'll create this. Also do this. Okay. Do another one B. Okay. Something like that. So from groups port 0 here. Instead of slot, I should have typed ports. That's when I think Godot sometimes uses port or slot in function signatures. It's confusing. Do A, do another connection, do B or V, and let's save and get the list. So from groups, port 0, we go to A port 0. From groups port 3, we go to A's port 0. And we have from 4 ports the groups from, okay, to B. So now when I delete this, I'm expecting to see these two gone. So I would be left with the groups for V and category 0 groups. Done. You save. And I think we are done. I think so. We've already done this anyway. Cool. The deletion is okay. Perfect. I'm not going to enforce this. You have one connection, maybe a second one should be made. I shouldn't be made. If only one connection has to be made, then maybe the new one should delete the other connection to take over. Because otherwise, when you click here, what happens? You delete the first one. Then at this point, this model can only belong to one group. I'm not gonna bother with that because it's already enough work. So what I need to do is maybe saving. Should be able to save this. Okay. Um, saving. So I can load. You go here to models. most likely going to be a load here. It. This alert is maybe the loading should happen automatically. Meaning, well, actually, we did the add model because we are. Yeah, we are doing the add model. So maybe when this is revealed, children are leaving the nest. We no longer do this. Delete nodes because don't handle it that way anymore. This is all we have. I save pressed will take care of this. This is the safety for the main panel change where the real work is done with the tool. Sure. This is connection disconnection. So we kind of need an onReady thing. OnReady void. Kind of need to load stuff, right? We do load models because this tab is essentially models. Try to write it here. Func load models. Now, you're not turning this into a commercial product for sure. But we are also not right now concerned about making this game agnostic. For our other games, we may follow a similar structure, but we don't know. So this plugin is right now coupled with Urban Farmer Project's folder structures so far. I mean, we do that as little as possible, but where it's convenient, we kind of hardcode it. Just to turn it into a game agnostic project is not our concern at this point. Is too much their work. I think we did that same thing here with the with using the data folder from the main project as opposed to this plugin's own folder system. So we could utilize the resources/data instead of the plugin folder here. We need conventions though. So how do you keep this data? Let's pretend that we will also need this save models. In fact, on save pressed is what it is. This is already kind of being written anyway. We will print this, but let's actually do the saving. I believe we've already done this save JSON thing. We'll do that. We will also load it. Okay. Would be nice to see this the signature. So it's first path, then data addiction. Path is res data slash verified models JSON. Okay. What are we saving? It actually asks for dictionary. But we have an array, I believe. An array is essentially this is, I think, taking JSON print, taking a variant. So we could assume it that way. It's either array or dictionary. So we could pass the connection list. Okay, it's array, it's a valid JSON. Here we load this to what? This is where we'll load the graph edit. Hmm. Am I only reconstructing the model nodes, or am I reconstructing all this too? Because what I'm saving is the connections, but when I bring the connections, if these items are not here, how am I going to know? I need to serialize this. I need to be saving the scene. I have no idea what's going to happen. And then if I bring this whole node here dynamically, how will you know it already? So it's like inside each one of these, when I see 2A, I need to be creating all these nodes first, then making the connections, which is probably the dumbest way of doing it. So you are GM, you are basically dictionary. Actually, you are going to be an array. So gotta first construct existing from the recorded connection list or for connection in GM, the whole connection array. We are doing this you are creating a new graph node. There is you gotta hold the positions too now. Might make more sense to serialize the whole scene, because how are you going to keep the connection? They're all going to be zero now. or when you save, what are you really saving? So what if all these connections also kept their offset before you saved it? Let's go with that first. Okay, we'll do connection release position. Okay, this is actually going to be offset. And then from the connection, you are going to get title. Title is 2. Problem though, this is also keeping the connection between the categories and groups. So you gotta do this only for the ones where connection from is groups. If connection from is groups. Fucking mess. But then for the other ones, you gotta do the. But we'll do the whole binding after we are creating the objects. We'll parse this again. We may have to go with scene serialization. If it's groups, then we are creating the new model nodes under graph edit with the titles where we see the 2 parts. Okay. This is still the same thing, and the name is also going to be connected. Okay. Now we have created objects. Then regardless of whether the connection is there or not, the graph edit here is basically this. You're not, man. We actually have this saved somewhere. Here. Okay, so we will do connect node. The from part is basically connection from. We have that connection from port, connection to connection to port. Okay, so I'm kind of confident this will work, but we need to save it for connection in. We should print this out anyway in this. Okay. Let's take a copy of it. Connection to save. Connections save. Okay. Take a copy of it. Connections to save. Okay. What is wrong with you? Okay. Connections to save. This is an array. That particular connection will have. This is now the object, each one of offset is and we also want to do this only for suppose we could actually each one's because this one will have an offset value too, right? Right. Let's do Gotta ask graph edit. This is just a string, right? You gotta find a node with the um doesn't, well, it kind of does matter if the from node is groups. Here's a see, when I was talking about binding multiple to one, in this case you will have multiple objects in the array where it will say from groups. So for the same object here, you will find multiple groups if multiple objects are. So then for each one, we are creating another object. In other words, even though there is one here, but if there are two connections, we will end up creating two of these objects. So, I mean, because we are kind of doing this for our own sake, it's not that important, maybe. Maybe it's better to enforce only one connection. That will alleviate this problem. Nevertheless, while saving, if there is only one connection, if we are actually checking this connection, don't really need to store these two because they are kind of set. You gotta do another if check here. If the connections from part is groups, just like we are always concerned with that, okay, then connections offset value will be graph edit find node. Connections to is going to give us this object. But we gotta find this object so we could read the find node, which is exactly what we did. This is going to give us an object of type graph node, so we can read the offset. Not going to be populated here because this. That's that. So when all this is done, I want to output connections to save. So the original list will give us something of this format. There will be no offset. And then second print is going to give us a list similar to this, but for all the items in it where the from part is groups, there will be another property called offset. So the first two here will have offset. First three will have offset. Last time one. We are not actually saving yet. Let's output stuff before we do a massive fuck up. Yeah. So the fact that this says freak out means that we're not able to either read or write the file. Load models. Is anything calling this yet? It yes, okay. It cannot read this because the file doesn't exist. That's fine. Here is one connection, save. Okay, this is good. The fact that we don't have any creeping set. Then you do this, A, save. Okay, categories port 0. So the first two will always be the same because we are appending. So groups to A 0 0. yeah, the second print is groups from port 0 offset to a port 0. Okay, we successfully output the 535, 135, is this is inside my plugin, so I cannot see it, but I'm there because if I was doing this manually, the fact that this is somewhere around 300 and here's 500-ish, I think this is checking. So this is something that I should not be doing for sure, where the duplicate creation will happen. If this is good, clear it. Let's do this. We can go back to our sane version of this. Now, can we truly save it so we can load it? Moment of truth. But this is not what we should be saving connections to save. And the first time this file will not be there, so freak out, clear, come here, do this, do that. So this is gonna be it should be here. These three should be connected here. We'll do A, save. Now, when we load this, meaning we refresh it, did we actually save it properly? Verified models. Let's open our brand Visual Studio code, data, verified models. We did save it, and let's do print format. Set offset is a string. I'm gonna grab some water and shorten this thing up. How dare you, Victor? Why is a vector saved as a string here? Why are we actually running the game? We don't need to be running. I node offset. So everything else is serialized properly. This number. Offset is print. I want you to do two things. First is take this whole damn thing, put it here, a comma, do dash, comma, okay. Now when I load it, it's going to be all screwed up, right? So if it could be empty, it doesn't matter. So then I refresh it. It's going to say I have nothing to parse, so good. This, that, this. We'll connect them later. Save. So problem though when I do this, of course, this console always thinks it's string because it's to string. Need to be doing a type of thing. Type. Smarten up. Load. Fine. Here. I think it remembered my old. Kind of happy to see that. And here, yeah, the string is not quite. 5, 5. What is 5? 5 is most likely string. Type off. We click this variant type. We come here, and this is. They changed it here. Off. Constants. I do remember reading in this documentation. I think they moved it somewhere else. Type 5. Like 17 is dictionary, I think. Was in global scope. Was it? Type. Yeah. Global scope. Object is this. 18 is dictionary. 5 is vector 2. Okay, so that is indeed interesting because where are you here? So at the time of reading, not saving, it is a vector. Then when we save it, it turns into string. Oh, makes perfect sense because why am I even surprised? When you give vector, there is no vector to data type in JSON. Makes sense. So turn this into an array. Where are you? There's a method here that converts it to an array. Then I can convert it back to. I could keep it XY, but work. No such thing. I guess I'll do my own. Yeah. This is why serializing this whole thing may be the best solution. Suffer a bit longer until we smarten up and come to. There's the offset. You cannot really do this. We'll do offset like this. Then this is going to have array. This could be an offset array like this. Here's an array. And do offset x. So you are deconstructing it. Then you save it. Now this will work. Let's do another wipe. Let's keep it empty. That's fine. Fresh. Not going to give an error because it's empty. So basic connections, and here's our perfect connection A. Save. Offset 533141, and the fact that it was showing beautiful there, this is also okay. So now I'm switching between tabs. It actually reconstructs this. Here's another proof. You refresh it. Kind of changes the view, but when you come back here, this is remembered. The other one is not remembered because when I'm building it from scratch, this offset is going to be a vector 2. That's not what I'm doing here. The reading part is okay. The offset is an array. So let me see if we can create a vector 2 from an array. Cannot. So we have to decompose it. There is no from method, right? Like from an array, you take an array of two values. So you got to do this. What was the offset? Okay, this 0, 1. You got to do this. The data is still there. I'm confident. So when I refresh this, come back here. Now we can do this. Refresh it. Back. Ah, because I did not save it. Save. Refresh. Back and everything. Suppose we could trigger autosave. Wrong button. Okay. Let's check a few business related topics. But the stream is still going on. Okay. Okay, let's get back to what we were doing. So we could easily put a timer here that saves it for us, or whenever we do any of these operations. Which is when we add a new model or we connect stuff, each one of these operations, this is triggering this. So when the model is added, or the disconnection happens or the connection happens, we save it. To do that, online it detects entered. This is pressed, and this pressed is actually doing the addition anyway. Stuff lines here. So in essence, graph edit connect node. So I'm wondering, when I do this, is it firing this one? That's just when a connection request is made, we are connecting. Okay, when we do this, we gotta save. So on save pressed. So this is why you got to label your stuff properly. I could actually call this direct, but it implies that I'm triggering an event, and in reality it's not. It's a bit being anal about it, but don't need this anymore. Okay. Now instead of calling onSave pressed is calling models. This is something that's bypassing anyway. Now do this, we are saving models. Done. We're essentially going to use this line here. What are you complaining about? Clear, fish. So now when I do this, it's saved. See, I can do this, saved, done. Can do this, saved. It is not saved. When I delete it, some stuff is happening here. If we this is a reason why you gotta use signals. Stuff is not secretly happening in child node. This child node should actually signal its removal request to graph edit, and this operation should be done in grid. Now, when we trigger signals, we could easily pass arguments, and that's how we will know the title of this node, graph node. This is gonna have a signal, and let's be more consistent. Where was it? Disconnection request. Okay. Um, we could essentially do this too, this connection request, right? Because we are kind of connected to that graph edit. We could do something like this: graph edit, emit signal, this connection request. This is actually waiting for a bunch of things. Which is this? Let's double check. We are expecting from slot to slot. And then this will just do the trick. We are basically triggering this function through signal, which is then triggering another function to really remove it. Fine between them, and we are saving. The saving part is the bonus part. But we are already doing this disconnect node anyway from graph edit, which is just triggering this. But instead of manually triggering it within the child, we are signaling graph edit to trigger that line through events. What's that name? Well, signal triggering. I think you got. So we may not even have to check this, because all we have to do is give the from part. We know that the models can only be added to groups. Okay. So this is actually going to be groups. The difficulty here is to which slot this belongs to. That's why we do this lookup here. When we find it, I mean, it could just stay like this because we already done the lookup. Connection from is going to give us groups, so we don't need to hard code it. And the from port is whatever that connection is anyway. Okay. And to part is again, because the title is matching, we kind of know the title of this. Okay. And the port is port. Essentially all this bypassing the drag call, and it's doing it through an intermediary. When you save, fetch the plugin, here's the plugin. When we do this and push it, when we come, this should be gone, because now we are triggering this one, this one, this one. Good. Now the only thing that is maybe left is the double connection or single connection. Should always allow one connection, because if we have double connection, let me present you that case. So let's do an A. Here's another A. Fish. We're going to have double A. However, well, yeah, you are going to have double A. You must, because their offsets are the same. Only one of them has been connected. So perhaps a cheap way of handling this situation is that when we do the load and creation of those nodes with the offset, if there's already a node, we just skip it. The downside of it is that you could be connecting 50 nodes from groups to this particular node. Only one object will be connected. The 50 connections will be made, but you are still trying to create this object 49 times more. The cheap solution than checking whether a new connection is removing the old connection. That's it with the cheap solution. If it's groups, we know that, and if graph edit, we are already in if. graph edit has node. What is the node? It's actually the new model, but you are supposed to give it a name, which is connection 2. That's the title, which is 2. Okay, is false, then you do it. Okay, save. So when we refresh this and we come here, we will only have one of these. So we could have multiple connections. It's kind of a problem, to be honest, from a different point of view, because see, so many to one is a problem thing. One to many is not a problem. Because when one of these is going to be tomato, let's say this is tomato. Tomato can't belong to multiple groups like this. So we might have to enforce. Think about how to enforce it. So when a connection has been made, so we'll actually remove this because we don't want this to be doing things safely for us. We actually have this duplicate for now. Also, when I remove something that doesn't have yeah, because it found all the items that it was actually limbo 9. So when a connection request has been made, we are connecting, but should not connect right away. Should connect, should remove the existing connection. So if from is groups, do we actually have this problem in video? We shouldn't. So we should not really check whether it's groups. But how do you detect that? Let's do save models, and here let's print out existing connection. Let's save. We could do this before or after for fish. So let's look at this situation here. from groups port 4 to S. So when we make this connection, we kind of know this, right? Know the from. This is the new one. We know the outgoing part S. We know the port. So in all the rest, we should look for objects that have the same from, the same to, and the same port. In the, or I mean, two port. Most likely, we'll find another from port. Will be number 3. Let's look at 2 port 0, 2 port 0. This seems to be the one. From groups, port 3 to S 0. If that's the case, we remove this. So here's the magic if case. If remove, we don't need to. That's why we are doing this. In graph edit, get connection list. Okay. If connection from equals this from. Just trying to connect this. And connection to same thing as this two. Connection to ports. Same thing as these two slots. Godot chooses to use slots or ports sometimes in argument list. That's why it's confusing. If that's the case, then we want to remove this connection from the possible connection list, which is done this way. Do it this way. But when you do it this way, it is going to call this. It's going to bypass this, so it's not going to save it, which is okay because we are going to save after the fact. You can get away with that here. You don't need to follow the same structure we did from the child notifying the parent. So this from is slot is this, 2 is this, 2 slot is this. Put a comma here, I mean space, done. Okay, you just removed it. There's going to be one anyway, so we could just do continue here. So if the list is long, at least we don't have to wait. Done. And then you connect whichever one you want, so you can save them all. Save. Now, the first time we load this, this is going to be kept. Okay. Actually, see if I put the connect continue there. That's why if it finds one, we'll remove it and continue. I should have removed. Delete this. Save. Refresh this. Okay, let's start from scratch. It actually did this. I have 4 connections here. That checks out. Do this. Oops. Okay. This. Something happened. Groups 1, 0. Is my if case faulty? If connection from groups to from connection to ooh, okay, two, that's also correct. Two port is correct. Okay, we know that this is the incoming. This part is here. This group is here. Connection from is this. Connection to is A. It's also this A which is coming here. Connection to port 0 and to slot is the port here. So which one from slot? Oh, I say when I say from slot, this is not the correct one. They put the connection from port. This is the only thing that is different here. Okay. So let's remove you because I am messing up with the whole structure of it. So okay, good. Start from scratch. Clear. Fresh. This is okay. Should not be okay. This is gonna be beautiful. A X this that fresh come again. Awesome. When you remove this is okay. You can create another one with A. This is removing the connection, but we are not actually. Okay, that's doing it this way. This is if I'm disconnecting, but when I leave it, it's okay. Cool. When I do this and I do that X is loose. It's not saved because we don't care about loose parts. X. Let's connect this one to this one. That is fine. This is okay, but this is not okay, and neither is this. Sorry. Neither is this. Okay. 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 Save. I think this is always saving, right? That's okay. So we have made a lot of progress. When we disconnect that way, it's also saving too, I believe. So yes, we did that way. Now the most difficult part. To create all this because it's easy, but and then we'll come up with a variety creation logic that will bind it to a particular model. It's going to be an interesting case because look at this data. What I'm really curious about is, say, here, tomato, right? We save it. Come here. We got to parse this list. We got to find all the models. So we got to have a list of like tomato and whatever, those end nodes. From there, we gotta find that it belongs to the fourth group, and that fourth group is basically fourth group is what? In groups, fourth item is vegetables. We gotta find that, and then in categories, the two part is going to say for categories. Two part is going to say for, so that this is also vegetables. So we could actually backtrack. Um, Backtracking and finding it is maybe not necessary in terms of data storage. That could be done sometime at some point, but we need to keep this name when we are creating varieties. Gonna stretch my legs. Back soon. Okay, let's get some music and then think of the next steps. Another thing we should add here is what if we mistype this tomato? I mean, we could delete and create a new action. And we are tracking the close request, offset selected, slot updated, offset changed is dragged. How about here? Models, graph edit. There is node selected. Um, when node is selected, let's try this. Could you print what is selected? We do something like this. This. Oh, it actually removed the connection. Why how did it happen? Did I accidentally click this? Kind of curious. Ooh, there's a. I see. That's not cool. That's happening because this offset is. That shouldn't disconnect it. That's not cool. So we have this right disconnect. But for this to be, I'm actually clicking the title. So clicking this title is okay. To the left a bit, triggers breakup request. That's too sensitive. It's too sensitive there, really. Or this guy is letting the mouse click through. Stop. Let's try this. Select. That's it. Because it thinks of this as standing under. When you come here, only close enough. Let's see, this is still good. Here, we're somewhere in between this, sort of halfway. Okay. Does that change with this when we do port offset? Save. Fresh. Clear. Come here. Okay, it still thinks it's kind of. Can we do? This margin is left. I don't think that will fly. No, because it's gonna reset itself anyway. At runtime, it's going to be put here. Okay, let's expand this. See what happens. Nothing. It made it worse because we don't really quite see how things are. So this doesn't really have a border or something. That theme, uh, colors, font color, outline, but it's just going to do that. So I kind of want to put an outline underneath this, which means I can do something like this color rect. Going to be weird, but rectangle this. Do full rect. Okay. So let's do red color so we could see the white text. I think. So when you do this one, expand or not. So anywhere outside the red, it's going to delete it. Slightly better here, not quite. And it's misleading here. You don't really know. Let's look here. Port offset, close offset, that's just that. Title isn't really a thing. Separation is 2. Vertical distance, there's the port offset. Command, frame. Default background, okay. Selected, that's just position. That's the overlay stuff, default focus. So I have another question to myself, but anyone who knows how to work out graph nodes, in the edit itself, there is this option that says clicking the right end clicks are disconnecting the connections. Without this, I don't know how to disconnect things. So if this is off, um, refresh. So doing this right click doesn't matter anymore. I don't really know how to disconnect things. Say this is just another connection, but how am I going to disconnect this? Let's see if there is actually 5 years old question. Yeah, but yeah, we dealt with this. You have to trigger. You have to manually disconnect it. But this is not our problem. Why do I have to be logged in to see? Select it. Delete connection. That's actually what we want. Remove connection. This is actually fine, but yeah, I found this issue too. Okay, back to the problem statement. Now, so what I'll try to do is this. In new model, I'll try to change the port to a new image texture. It's gonna be weird. And here's the image. And the image might be, put this image. It's something, right? I think we have some bullshit images here. Textures. This is not gonna happen either. This is actually the right image. No, stream texture. I thought I actually made it a proper new atlas texture. Some stuff there. It's probably empty anyway. So of course it's showing this. But I'm thinking I'm going to put an image here. What I'm not so sure of is whether I'm using this texture somewhere. This is imported as texture. Am I using this somewhere in my... I am, because I'm actually using it here and then I'm painting it to a different color, right? In color palatable. This in add item, right? Add color pressed. I'm doing get data, image texture, new. White 1 1. But I think I removed that logic later. How do you know which image? Create from image. Fill color. Okay, so create from image. What is image? Sprite. This sprite is where are we? Here, color palatable this. There's a sprite here that is using this 1 1. That's okay. Can you duplicate this? You can. And then we'll call this what are we calling this? Bitmap. Because for this one we want to import it as image. Re-import. Done. We'll call this image. We'll probably say, hey, this is okay. It didn't. Good. So for this one, let's create image texture, and your image will be this. What happened? Oh man. See, when I do, we gotta figure this out. What notification is happening? Suppose I could do it this way too. It's like something here is triggering that notification, and then it cancels the selection. Where are you? Scripts, add-ons, this, textures, image. And we have to change your size to, let's see. How do we change the size? Change, okay. Let's do 80 by 40. Might be too big, but we'll see. It's already doing something here. Here it is, 80 by 40. Now, when you click this red area, nothing happens. As soon as you click the white area, let's see. Oh, duh. The one. As soon as you click the white area, it's supposed to disconnect, right? Well, within limits, not necessarily this bottom area, but anywhere, yeah. This is a whole other problem. Hey man, How we doing? Doing good. So I've got graphical here with Godot. Oh, you slow progress. Okay. So working on your Blender or Unity? Which one are you doing, or have you been working on? Modular C sharp code, all that stuff. I don't remember. This white area. Fleshing out, testing, and figuring out the weapon system. Cool. Are you using scriptable objects in Unity? So to test, it works. Copying the hand from Devil Dagger since it has such a weird implementation. They do with scriptable objects, yeah. Yeah, that's a useful feature. So by the way, I'm getting notifications, or I'm getting requests from some people who think the streaming software is not exactly spamming them, but let me yeah, spamming them like a bot posting farm game. But I think it's contained to only one room. I'm not sure if it's going to multiple places. Um, quite sure. That's certainly not my intention, but so the DD hand has both the devil daggers, yeah, auto fire and shotgun on my. I see. Prefabs. So yeah, multiple weapon types. Yeah, I am guessing for the stream messages. Supposed to post to Discord, YouTube, and Twitch chats, so it's combining it. Like it's actually releasing your Twitch comment to other platforms, I believe. But I'm not sure if that counts as spam. Anyway, if you guys could let me know, because I don't want to spam people, but I also don't know what's happening. Meanwhile, you write it yourself? No, I'm using Restream. This service comes with a lot of options. So it's relaying each chat platform's messages to other platforms, also posting to Discord. And I just got a message from Discord that I was bombarding people. There is a message that is displayed every 25 minutes or 30 minutes that is putting this Steam page. So in essence, like say your last messages were sent to Discord, as well as my automatic message, which is this, but this is only contained to this room. Yeah. So I got the message that on Discord people are spammed, but I don't like it is only in this channel. I don't post it anywhere else. Maybe they mean this like when there are new messages, you see the dots here. Maybe they feel like there's always a new message. They check and then there's always the same message here. Oh, I see. Yeah, I muted my Discord in some servers. Yeah, if they don't have that, it keeps probably bugging them. Ah, you're absolutely right. Okay, I'll tell the person who's reporting the issue. Yeah, maybe in the channel, edit channel, maybe there is a way to turn off the notification that I'm not sending, like I'm not triggering the notification sound. I don't want to make it private. Let's see. Create invites, send messages, allow members to know. Well, that's the whole idea. Mind you, this might be private because I'm only doing it from Restream to this. But this is not what I want. Others don't really need to send to that channel. Yeah. I don't think notifications. Well, the individual can do the notification disabling, but most people might find it annoying. Yeah, I think so. Asking people to disable it is sort of like because I'm kind of now forcing them to either hear it or disable it. I don't like it. I guess I'll have to disable it. Um, so back to stream settings, somewhere here. Settings. Was not quite here. Inception time. See yourself in Discord with you automatically. Let's not do this. Yep. Bye. Back to normal living time, not in. Okay. Everything muted might be the default setting, yeah. So basically, the relay will still work. I'm hoping that your messages will be sent to YouTube viewers, and you should be able to see the YouTube chat messages in your Twitch chat area. But sending everything all together to Discord is disabled. And also my timed messages are only valid for let's check that too. More inception time. Reply comments. Edit. I think this is the one he kept seeing. Every 15 minutes, every 25 minutes. Not sure where these are going anymore. It's not really shown. But I disconnected the Discord, even though this is the last one that I'm seeing. Maybe you won't see it. Well, the next one will be triggered in 10 minutes, so I guess we'll either see it or not. We'll wait, or I can manually trigger the message, but let's not. Okay, back to work. So I'm happy to hear your news that you are testing, trying new things. I'm also trying a new thing here, this graph system. So how tall is this? So this is 40. I think this is like 5 pixels, 30 pixels. That's 30 pixels. This is probably 20. So not 20. What did I do with this? Let's see. 80 by 40. So I'll make it 20 by 30. Save, refresh, come here. Do so, but even though, see, just the left of this is another problem is that by using my own image, the problem. Oop, Godot crashed. Disable this so that actually holds to the round one. Same problem though, just the left of this is its connection area. Ay, ay, ay. Area is. And we actually do this. The graph node, add class item, we do graph node. This graph node. This is essentially the same list that we see. Why? Title offset. The same thing anyway, it has to be. Here are the icons. So this is useless. It's just a close offset. when I did this, size flag expand or not. Can I just change this left to sort of be more drastic here? Cannot, because it's going to be inside structure here that is essentially going to be reset. This looks like a H box here. Side, which has, see, there is the vertical separation, but not horizontal separation. Well, I suppose we have to be careful, which is sort of off. We do minuses. Goes here, but nevertheless, clicking here is still going to disconnect. Here, to 0, save, come here, fish, okay. So we code this behavior when we wanted to select a node, but we accidentally clicked here to select it, which deletes the connection. There's a clickable area here. And I think the same thing applies here too. Same structure. Anyway, a different concern. When we select this node, like this, we see the graph node. What is it? There. So we could introduce a way to type a new name. We're already doing a name entry logic here, like an interface, but we could change this easily, like to change name. I think I suppose we could just introduce a button here, right? We should only allow the user to change model's name. So do we know what kind of object it is? You say type of, this is going to say it's a controller fish. Do this, select it, Going to say 17. 17 was what? 17 was an object, which is basically a node system like this. What is more important is its class type. There, it is actually a new model. So can you say this is a new model? So can you do something like plus new model, which extends this? Okay, this is our new class. Expected end of class name. Stunning Godot. Okay, new model. So you come here and you say off. See what happens. Selection. It's still 17, but script. You do something like this. New model. Okay, whether it's true or false. Select this. It's true. You select this. It's false. Selection is still there, but another interesting part is when you click the label in here, it doesn't select it. Oh, I think I know why. Because I made this label. This label is causing me a lot of trouble. Expand is the new thing. Fish. There. This is actually a different. Okay. Huh. Can only wish luck in the yes. I think I read your message a bit late, but I think you wish me luck with the graph system. So far, so good. I made a lot of progress here. I typed the same name. Well, we are selecting it. That's fine. Not sure why it's not selecting it. Label clicking here, but it's actually okay. Oh, because I'm ignoring the filter here. Sorry, I'm stopping the mouse clicks. That also explains a bunch of things. Now it will do. Perfect. There you go. And I was actually a little bit too close to the left, so we remove the group. Problem, even, yeah, see, even here it's doing it. Like, I'm still over G. E. Yeah, that's too tight. Okay, here are those messages. Yes, it's only output to YouTube and Twitch. Okay, no one is spammed anymore on Discord. So less marketing for us, but let's not annoy people. Is this the same thing when we get very close to H? Yes. It's too tight. Like too close enough here. Like there's a shorter word for it. It's stupid. try this pass. Okay, so that is doing something. So see here, this is the one that is having the default behavior. Even clicking E is removing the connection. That's stupid. Okay. When we refresh this, we come back here. We do this. So G is not okay. So I mean, this is maybe this area is okay to disconnect it. So passing it might be the solution here. So under models, groups, we have 5 properties. We should do mouse, pass, fish, plugin come here. So clicking E here was removing it. Now no longer removes it. Here is okay because we are kind of abusing. Okay, so that's actually okay. A little bit weird, but sure, why not? Mouse, pass. So that's that. We already did this. So let's focus on change title. Okay, maybe we can do this. This save button is also doing anything anymore. Just remove it. So when change title is pressed, we want to do something like we should first keep track of which one we are selecting. Selected model. Okay, it's going to be a graph node. If node is of type new model, then you do selected model is node. Okay, take this up here. This we are unfortunately using that. And when we do this, we gotta ask information dialog. We could create another dialog here, or could we yeah, we need to, because when this is confirmed, it's another set of actions that are triggered, right? So we'll do this new model dialog, right? So this name is going to be updated in change confirmation dialog, which is this. Which now I think I should hold it here. New model dialog. Happy? New model dialog, which is this. Probably do a replace. Copy replace. You cannot really do this, can you? Find node, line it is. Get node. do the same thing here too. Okay. Confirmation dialog is this. Duplicate dialog is there. Confirmation dialog is new model dialog. Okay. This made it a little bit more difficult for me. Let's also hold another dialog box like this. This one will be edit model dialog. Okay. Or update model title. That's the only thing we are updating. Okay. Update the title. That's it. I done okay. Fine. Come here and put it here. Update. Update. Model title. Dialog. So when we want to change title pressed, we gotta first see if we have a selected model. Selected model is not null or like this. Okay, we want to pop-up centered. This might be null. See? Let's first see this in effect. Let's save. Done. When this is selected and we change title, nothing happens. By the way, I think I have lost all my connections. Trying to assign value of type confirmation dialog to a variable of type graph edit. What the graph models GD? New model dialog. Oh, what was I thinking? Confirmation dialog. Save, refresh, done. Beautiful. This is not going to do anything, but this is supposed to do something. Still not doing it. Selecting it now. Update the title. Type a unique name. This is where we'll actually do another check. To do this, it's going to say there is no room for the same named item. When you do this and you change it to X, we should also protect it against it, but we haven't yet. Okay. That's fine. So what else is new? So let's bind the events for this. For the update model dialog, which is this, text entered, so this is good. But this is leading to this area for the new model dialog. You know, we should customize this. Sorry, not customize, generalize this. Because this is the line of code we have written for this line edit to trigger its parent. So we should actually do get parent. So if we do that, then if we trigger the same event handler, we will find this and it will trigger that one's best signal. Which brings us to deciding confirmed action for this one. Now, we are initially handling that for the new model dialog within the code here, because we have a dynamic binding system here. This actually needs to know ahead of the time which new model it's going to add. So the confirmed action can be finished later on. Because if we just do a one-to-one binding without storing the variables here, the dialog box itself will not edit to the scene because it's only holding the text, but not the information of what's coming to where. When we are confirming the update model title dialog, we already know we have a selected model. Do we? What if this happens? Okay, we know this is not going to open unless there's this. What if I remove the selection? I cannot because it will come here. Good. So this is essentially, you could even pre-fill this with the name here, X. When we open it, is this, okay? Could even do something like get node, line edit, text is selected models title. Okay, let's try this. Here's a group selected, change title, here's X. Okay, just type a proper name. And yes, we are most likely working on Urban Farmer. We are. Wow. Tools. Just gonna grab some water before I go too deep in. Okay. We know which title we are updating. When we click the OK button or enter button, enter key, we are confirming. When we are confirming, we need to do something similar to this. We need to check if the incoming name is empty. We actually have model title. Oh, that's just the text, I see. We're not concerned about removing the connection or the signal. We should make sure that the incoming name doesn't exist in the connection list. So um, we are after update model title dialogs line edit. Okay, or line edit. So I predict this is going to be used here a lot. Find nodes. When we do this, normally it brings get nodes. So get node, line edit. Okay, this is the line edit itself. So line edit's text is good. This is gonna give us the existing name, but sorry, the new name. But new name could be a name that we have already used. So we gotta do something like for connection in graph edit, get connection list. Okay. We gotta do some basic check here because we are only interested in if the connection from is groups. Okay. Yes. And kind of thinking if this is necessary, but connections to it's the same name as the line edit text. This is a big no-no. Because technically this should be possible. Say, if you pick a name here that is the same name as this, you could allow it. It may look awkward, but it's okay. At least you won't have duplicate in the sense that it is structurally and label-wise the same. But let's just group it to these types of nodes so that they have an incoming connection from groups and that their two name can't be the same. Two name meaning this title. If this is the case, this is a bad case. Then we should just say smarten up. This is the duplicate. We just say pop-up centered, okay? At this point, we should just bail out and be done with this. Let's pretend this is the case. We are not doing the proper case. We are going to strictly abuse the system. We'll do A and we'll say smarten up. So this will still stay X. Let's refresh it. Nothing has changed. What else? Now, if this is not the case, let's register it. If we do it this way, it is only half the job. We do line edit, dude, line edit, text. Okay. If it, sorry. If this did not return, when we do this, we should return the function. If we didn't return, we are here and we can change the selected node's title with the incoming text change. Hi, Phil. I think a few hours ago you asked me a question I might have answered or kind of forgot the question. I think I was commenting on your game progress or something like that. Flappy Birds. Let's refresh this. Let me demonstrate half the job done here. Select this. We do this. Let's say a new thing. And let's also try that enter to see if this is going to be fired. Okay, that's worrisome, but let's do okay. So this is done, but when we refresh this, it's going to show X. Let's focus on this part. I remember why this is happening. When we say get parent, this get parent is essentially the script's parent, which is, well, this belongs to a tab container. What I meant was whichever item, whichever line that is sending the signal, find its parent. Prototype of your Flappy Bird clone, which is made for. There's an argue at my news. What do you mean argue? Argument? Or like there's a fight going on? It's like you made it, there's a problem, like that you said you thought this was supposed to be fun, but something went wrong. Legally, maybe? I'm guessing. Something must have happened. So when either one of these is sending the signal to this area, how do we know which one is which? Get parent is always going to be according to this script, which is this script. Fight. There's a fight. Your news video about Godot. What is the fight about? Copyright issues? Are people mad because no legal problems? Flappy Bird Legacy. Oh, I see. Well, I mean, I don't think that's a big problem, really. I mean, people make movies all the time that look pretty much like another interpretation of an older movie. So change the story a bit. You're practicing anyway. You don't have to be responsible. So just for practice, you're not trying to sell it and make the exact copy anyway. So yeah, basically, don't let them get to you. I think I am just answering my own question here. Say which is just a node. Okay. More specifically, line edit. So inside here, we could do something like this, advanced. Okay. What can we pass here? We could pass a string, but what good does it do? Maybe that string name will be the parent's name. That might work. Um, transform is not good. I think this might be it. New model is a bit this is a bit controversial here, but signal. New model dialog. Here's another name. This is the same signal. Okay. It's going here. This. Now that we know which one is coming, this is basically a confirmation dialog, right? You don't need to get the just do it. And we still have half the job done, but before that, let's confirm that we have a functional system here. Let's first test the new name. Enter. Get OK. Still not quite done with that. This is line 78. Whichever one. Okay, because I'm sending a string. inode get node, which implementation is a bit static. Enter, done. Now if we do this SD and change it to ASD, enter, it's going to be again half done. That's okay. Now the reason why this is half done is because we're only updating the visual part of this, but the underlying data, when underlying data is before we relabel this to ASD, the underlying data was saying SD. So if you look in here, we are going to see it SD. Our last. So this has to be found. This has to be changed. Yeah. So if you're still around, Bill, keep working on your project, man. Let people be upset about their own problems. Sometimes. How do we find? We kind of found it here. Well, okay, this is the duplication finding. We could do another if check here. Because if this doesn't bail out, if the connection to is the same thing, if the connection to is how do we know the old name? Old name is connection. Selected model. Selected model, yes. Selected model's title. If it's the same, and connections to will be the line edit. Because we are doing this after we check if there are duplicates, but Imagine we found a duplicate before we got to the end of the list. Say it's no good. It's the one that we found. We're changing it. Change it to the new one. See, that's the problem. You're updating an item that is earlier in the array. Found it. But the new name could be a duplicate for an item that is later in the array. We're not checking. If this did not return, wait, we have to run this again. Here we don't really need to check whether it's in groups or not. We could. But either way, if it did not return, we want to do this change. Fresh, come here, SD. So here's the trick. You try to change this to A. Say, nope, you cannot do that. Let's refresh. In fact, it did not to A. You want to change this to X. I'm gonna say, nope, you cannot do that. Refresh. So we reload, everything is safe. Now you want to change this one to A. Well, we actually tested that with A. Now we want to change this to ASD. Refresh. Done. Connection 2. So it did this, but okay. In each of these connections from his groups, connection 2 is SD, and the selected models title is here before we made change anyway. Problem here? Update model title dialog. Line edit. That is the text. Selected model. I mean, I could technically do it here too, like this. Do all this, you found it, and then you, in this case, it's not going to update. At least I'll know that it's not working. And yet this is working. Oh, I think I know why. Everything is okay, but I'm not saving the changes. When I do this, I should be saving. So if I have come this way, I should be saving the models. I am okay. Uh, Working this graph thing out. Going to be helpful in data entry, and I think saved. So when we refresh, it's saved. So I'm trying to make this part in here. And then I can work on this part as a separate project in here so that I can merge this part into the relevant sections here. So quite a bit of new work. This is something that I didn't know how it worked on Monday, so it's all new, but it's progressing well. The fact that the title has changed. We are trying to save the models and we just return. What part of save models did not? This should have been ASD. 622. Okay, I'll do this. Come here. Move this sort of like 900-ish. Change the title. ASD. Come here. So this is 800. That's good news. Still SD. From groups to SD. Oh, I know. I think I know why. Why. When we are saving the models, we are getting the existing connection list. When we did this, we're kind of changing it in the copy. So get a fresh list here. In other words, this is visually okay, but data-wise, we should use a method here, like something like a get node or find node, get node. Here is the get node, right? Graph edit. We gotta find the node with the connection to, which is selecting that item. This is of type graph node. Let's do graph node here. So I can get this list. We change the title to line edit. It's gonna be gone. I'm not sure when I do this, it updates the data structure. That's my intention. Select this, change title, ASD, does here. It doesn't do it here because that's the same idea. The fact that I'm labeling things here is not good. Even if I do something like this, it's still not going to be good enough. In fact, I'm going to look even more desperate there. So when we do save models, we are preparing offsets. So here we could actually bypass. If save models is triggered with connections to save, we just save them. If not, we are preparing. because there is no such thing as set connection. Set connection activity, coloration of the connection. Sets the specified node as clear connection. We have a method here that is, yeah, that's it. The data is static there. It's not updating the main collection. So changing properties of the graph nodes are not updating the graph edit connection list. The problem. So we are changing the array manually. Could certainly be many more methods here. There isn't. So we'll do a bypass here. So which is to save. This could be an empty thing, right? Going to be an array. Could be null, so we don't it, but do actions that proceed to details save JSON, which is this. Take this. There are connections, save it, return the function. Null doesn't match the type of argument correctly. Sure. In fact, we actually made this a variant. Why we got rid of dictionary. Case. So now that we know connections are, thing is, we could actually do this here, but here we need to take a copy of the connection, so we can do this over this copy. We could pass this connection. Save. Connections. Blah blah. That connection to, that is the, this is the solid line. This is the operation. Save. Let's not forget that we are now passing the whole connection. So I'm hoping inside this array, we just made a, that's what we are trying to do. Refresh, come here, clear this area, select it. Okay, refresh, sorry, save, refresh, invalid get index of. What offset? 87. Because I'm bypassing some stuff here, right? Offset. So here's my AST, but I have now lost the offset. Why would I lose offset? Oh, here's a problem. Because when I was saving this, here's a section where I'm doing because now I'm bypassing this. So this was a bad idea. Graphite models. See, when I take this here, it's not remembering the new title. This is actually a bad idea. It could stay that way. I don't care. It should not be here. So imagine we actually do it on the list here. This is just going to be in a kind of local copy here. And graphite get connection list in the save function is going to. I don't think this will work. But I have corrupted my data. Okay. 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 We are restarting. Fresh list A. Doesn't matter if I have multiple. We to A, B, B. It's good. Did it give this error right now? Probably. A, yeah. Do this. A, B, X. Not even doing it here. Yeah. It still confirms disconnect here with the save models. This is not a two-way list. Or two-way object. There's no such thing as update certain connection. It disconnects and connects. We do some. What if we do? Okay, we found the connection. But we said here's a two connection. In other words, from groups we have a connection to, which is selected models title. We have a match. Okay. Then what we should most likely do is should kind of disconnect them, right? You disconnect node from connection from the connection storing them as ports, right? There's that whole stuff about the slot and port. Connection to, because that's the one we want to change. Connection to port. Important. So we have now disabled the connection. Now we want to make a new connection. Okay. It's very similar. Connect node. But in between, we need to find graph edit get node connection to. That's the one that we just want to change, right? This one's name is going to be the title, which is line edit text. We are also changing this, except it's going to be in this fashion. We'll have a title. Done. Then we connect it. This is well, we are kind of doing this anyway. This line is the same thing as this. Let's keep it here. Then write a comment here and say we update the node so we can connect to. Now this too has to change to line edit text to the new name, because we have just updated the node name and title. So this will, it's also gonna, okay. So this will successfully trigger graph edit so that its connection list can come updated into area, and it's going to be obsolete. Fresh is A selected to A, B, C. Unable to. Let's see, how do we add? We add new. So this is the title. Name here. Yeah, because we cannot really see this. It's promising. New text. Connection to. Get node. Disconnect from port to port. The one we just selected. To technically be hard coded to 0, but doesn't. Funny thing is, it's not giving an error at 134, does it? Give an error there too. Invalid set index title on base null instance with value of type string. Get node. Connection to. Node not found. relative to each box. This line is the same thing as. Is it going to give an error? Let's see. Surprisingly, it didn't. It even saved. So what's the difference here? Oh, makes sense. So here's a beautiful debugging question for people who are either doing a Godot training test or some kind of challenge like that. Because when we find the old graph node and in the tree we change its name to the new text that we are inputting, and the line after that is trying to find the same node with the old name, but we have just changed its name. So the lookup here has to be done with the name that we have just updated. Or you change the order of these things. That you first update its title property. In that case, the name will not be changed or will not have been changed, so that you can update the name right after you update other properties. So in other words, name property should update it last. Because these two lines are technically doing the same thing, but here in this case you have a lookup problem. This will work. Let's do it so that the lines look more common. Save, refresh, BBB, done. And we have the data saved. We can do this. Some bizarre repositioning. Let's do CCC. And here is the new position. Delete it. Done. Do this. We do this. It's going to be updated. So this is going to be groups slot 1 to C. Groups 1 to C. We are going to update it from groups 4 to 0. And we have everything working just fine. If we change the name to, we do this, it's going to say it already exists. Add another one. This is going to be a problem. We won't do that. So do CC. If you want to change this to CC, it's not going to let you. But if you change it to ABC, hit enter. Beautiful. So we have a solid way of entering data here, and we can do a reverse lookup. Is all possible. On that note, I think I'm going to conclude the stream. Likely continue this work in the next days. This part will be important. So this is where we'll do just the model list. We'll bind all these models here. Third, 1, 2, 3, third layer here. We'll expose all this to the list here. These two will be gone most likely. And we need some kind of data entry interface, which is based on the model type that you are selecting. Wow, or group type. If it's a vegetable, you have a certain schema that you have to fill out. So that involves a lot of decision making, which is not going to happen right now. So talk about that. Have a good evening and see you later.